Bum, ba, dum, bum, 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 ba, da, da, na, 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 na. I'm summoning him, the giraffe. Hi, Gold571 and Breadbot. SFK, welcome to another round of late night streaming with Sire Squawks. Hello, Cellular. There's a portal to a TV in another world. We've got a plain old boring yellow giraffe. That can't do. I'm gonna go fix that. As usual, Giraffe Town will be the background game. No clue how many people will watch this. I actually expect there to be less people than the last few times. Hello, Quinn has crashed. Hello, Phantom. Yep, more 1 a.m. theories depending on where you live in the world. It's actually It's actually a little earlier. It's 5:10 for me today. I don't know what it is about like these late night streams, but it's like I think it's because I've burned through all of my energy for the main day. That I kind of just want to like chill and do something, but I also kind of want to like have been wanting to do more streams, and I realized like this is the point in time I can do more streams. Oh, got the ball glitch. I was actually explaining why I do these late night streams. For Orange in Incus. Inkius? It's just something like about like I've done everything else I've wanted to do for the day. So being able to just like theorize or just like interact with people really late's actually kind of nice. And I get to play Draft Town. Which is just like I had this phase where I was doing these streams with Draft Town. This is actually before I did the FNAF stuff on my channel, really. I've seen the Orange Guy's Miss Afton theory. Sorry, it's a school night. Having something late at a school night kind of sucks, but I mean, it's when I want to stream, and it's like a lot of these streams are like a lot of the streams I do, other than the super silly secret surprise streams, are like very like spontaneous, like, oh, this thing came out and I want to do this. Kind of things. Or stuff like this where like I just want to interact with people for a while. On the Orange Guy being Miss Afton theory, it's like I get it, but it's not impossible because we don't know the characterization of Miss Afton. That is like I can't say like that's out of character for her. So it's kind of one of those like there's arguments where it's like you can't protest not because it's got so much evidence, but because it's preying on a point in the story that we fundamentally have no answers for, which is Miss Afton. We don't know anything about her. So kind of you can kind of slaughter her into anything. That's kind of one thing I never really liked about my own theory with Miss Afton is like it relies on her being a kind of nothing character in the normal Lycomotorist theories. But it's I will say it is much weirder for William to be like, just leave him alone. He had a rough day. Than it would be for a character we haven't met to say that. Because, like, William, I could see at least being drunk or having, like, an alcoholic phase being that kind of lashing out abusive person with pretty much every single version of him. Orginkius did explain it well. It's like, yeah, there's less people for discussion, I guess. that is true, but there's also different time zones in the world. So it's like, it actually kind of gives a lot of people who wouldn't normally have a chance to discuss time for discussion, since those are typically in the MatPat videos or those kind of things. Those are all prime time, like, daylight streams I do. So it also might be nice to get some people who don't get to normally talk about my videos in there. Plus, to just chill at night. That's kind of one of the biggest things. And like I said, it's nice to be able to... Something I'll run into if I'm streaming in, like, the middle of the day is I'm using up a lot of my time in the day for one of these streams, typically. But if it's at the end of the day, if it's something after I've done everything, it's like, oh, I can just kind of chill out and not have to worry about, like, oh, do I have to work on the video later? Like, I intentionally waited today, even though I knew I was going to do the stream for a while, until I had done, like, a certain amount of progress on the next video. Because this is one of those videos where it's weird, where it's not even that I dislike the video or, like, that I think it's a bad video or I don't want to make it. It's just, like, this weird... I have to crack the whip on myself with this one. I have to remind myself, work on this damn thing. It's not going to be finished magically out of thin air. It's kind of funky. It's like, it's just one of those, like, getting myself back in the rhythm of, like, making videos after having what I called, like, the last stream, like, the death rattle of, like, do this thing, do this thing, do this thing. Like, having to help people or, like, working on something that wasn't streaming or YouTube at all. Now that I'm kind, not a break, but, like, I'm having some good free days again, I'm having to, like, kind of remind myself, like, how to get back in the work cycle, because that's something I've always struggled with, is, like, when I have too many breaks or I'm not doing something consistently enough, it's hard for me to start again. Almost every, like, major hiatus this channel has ever had, even before, like, the theory stuff, has been stuff like that, where it's like, I'm unsure about the cycle of making videos or stuff. Yeah, sorry, but sleep, this is actually, like, sleep deprivation. One thing it's a video I've been considering making, and I'm like, is this mean-spirited to make? Is I've kind of reached a point with a lot of my theorizing where I'm like, can I make a Stitchline Games debunked video almost? Or am I approaching that level? Not that... It's the problem of, like, I have to read so many more books to make sure I double-check things. So there are stories some people consider canon Stitchline Games that I'm going to have to take, like, a closer look at than I did the first time around with them. That's kind of always trouble. And it's also it's hard to debunk a theory that not even a lot of its core community fully agrees on. I have seen people who are like, oh, the new kid's the big one. That is very divisive, it seems, in the Stitchline community. I'm talking about what's... I've talked about MatPat all last stream. You can... Or not all last stream, the start of last stream. So you don't even have to watch that far in that last one to learn my thoughts on MatPat. Yeah, maybe a title more like on, like, why I don't believe Stitchline Games. I have considered that. I'm also trying to think of, like, how specific do I go with it? It's also hard. This is something that's actually, it's part of the reason I think a lot of people don't like Stitchline Games is they're not to, like, stereotype an entire group of people with a theory on a video game, but I have more often than I have seen, like, parallels defense stuff or, like, alternative interpretations defense topics, seen, like, you're either calling people, like, ignorant or not paying attention. Okay, this block I'm staring at right now, giraffe's head touching, is supposed to be a fake block that collapses. And I walked on for a second. Yeah, and I also know people don't really like my book opinion videos, which is like the other thing. It's like I'm going to be spending a lot of time in research on a topic a lot of people will dismiss inherently because that's just how the internet is. And also, like, it's a video that's probably not even going to do well, and it's a video, like, I'm not even sure I'm going to like making. What the fuck? Game. Come on. It is indeed giraffe, cup of tea. It's one of those, and I can't make it a Squawks cast if I do it. It's one of the problems. If I do a true in-depth book video, it's going to have to be a big one. There's kind of like tiers of Squawks projects or like opinion pieces I kind of internally have with myself. There we go. Sorry about ads. They happen. They're a thing. I'm glad some people like how I talk about the books. I think Stitchline games is the one I'm more against than I've ever been with Tales games. Tales games has always been one of those, like, I'm not sure, is kind of always been my take on it, because there's always, like, I mentioned this last stream, there's always, like, an asterisk to it, in my experience with Tales game. There's always, with every piece of information, there's some weird wrinkle that makes it questionable. But with Stitchline games, it feels like it doesn't click the way a lot of people seem to have it. Like, a lot of people, that theory just very prominently clicks in their brain. And I've never seen that clicking point when I read those stories or experience them. In fact, I get a lot of the opposite stuff. I'm like, are we reading the same stories as sometimes, like, I'm starting to repeat myself from last stream. It's stuff I have. Have a good night. Cup of tea. One thing is, one thing I tried to think of, like, for a video script on that topic was, do I try to objectively compare evidence points for stuff like Andrew versus Cassidy for, like, who would be more likely? The problem with a lot of the Stitchline game theorizing is it's just such a fundamentally different mindset to everything that it's like, who am I talking to when I'm making these videos? You know? If you're someone who's really convinced on Andrew being the vengeful spirit in Stitchline games, like, what is there I could even say to, like, have people consider or think about another option? Not even convince them, just genuinely even think about it. It feels like so many people I interact with in that community just are so set on that's how that world works. It's what makes it, like, feel weird is, like, when it's the topic of Stitchline games versus the, I guess, any Cassidy vengeful spirit interpretation, it doesn't even need to be parallels, is, like, the fundamental of what Cassidy is, for example, and what, like, and sometimes it's like a series of dominoes that are completely unrelated, which is what's funky about it. Changes everything, because it's like, for example, it's not just, oh, who is the vengeful spirit that changes in a lot of Stitchline games believers' perspective. It's stuff like, oh, who the bite victim is, his role in the story, what Happiest Day is. All of those things fundamentally change. And it's like, how do you even argue with someone who has such a fundamentally different take on the same media you're looking at? It's kind of part of the reason I've considered. I forgot you can skip that final jump too. It's like, how do you get someone to consider something
when they have defined very clear rules in their head, and from your perspective, you're the one ignoring those rules. That's kind of like one of those problems I've had. I do like the undeniably canon FNAF timeline. It's one of my favorites. It's probably the closest we'll ever get to like a FNAF abridged, if that makes sense. Like an abridged series for FNAF, which is something I actually wanted to do before. That was one of my many YouTube video ideas before Michael Motorist. Was I wanted to do... It would actually been very similar, but probably not as funny as Undeniably Canon. Just like a very, like, animatic style, take a lot of scenes from the games, and, like, explain them in the explain them in the way of how they are so ridiculous. Like William having an entire underground bunker made under his house, like, that is such a comically silly idea. Oops. That, like, just talking about that I thought would be funny. And it's like, it wasn't a bad script per se, the one I wrote for it. It just was one I couldn't make, per se. Like, it just was one I didn't have the experience to make. This is a lot of projects, actually, have been like this, where I didn't have the experience or time to make it. Maybe I would argue I had the time. I just couldn't. It was out of my skill set, and it was out of my expertise at the time. And I don't even think I would have been in the right mindset to make it. But I very much was in the right mindset for Michael Motorist. Actually, I think FNAF Abridged was like a year before that, now that I think about it. The game I'm playing is Draft Town. Don't worry about it. I'm kind of skipping around in the game, which is why... I mean, the game's already pretty nonsensical, and I'm just restarting the game to get weird glitches like my giraffe being red. So... Which is a bit I refuse to ever explain in a proper video. If I ever do a video on, like, Giraffe Town, Giraffe is going to become red, and I'm never going... Like, for all the background footage. And I'm never going to explain why he's red. So on the topic of frights, unrelated to like the Stitchline games debate, there's actually, I don't know if I'll ever finish it, because I have a lot of these like bursts where I'm like, this idea is so good, gotta do it, and then I come back to the next day, I'm like, what the hell was I doing? And I kind of just scrap it. Even if it might have been a good idea, it's just like one of those, like, after that initial push where I'm like, oh, this thing! It just, like, dies off, and, that's kind of why I ended up doing, like, Neon Dynamo as my main comic, even though I've had so many story ideas, because Neon Dynamo has always had some of the most moments like that for me, where I know, and that's like, I know I must really like this thing if I keep thinking about it and keep wanting to do something in its world. Thanks for the $2. Henry Edwin MCI Vengeful Midnight Motorist, the one you should not have killed, fight victim shatter theory. God, this is what some theorizing names sound like. That's why I try to give mine like names that actually kind of sound like something, even if they are dumb. Like, all the names are stupid, but I want them to, like, okay, I can kind of get a gist of what this is. Like, even if you don't know what Molten MCI Alter S is, you get the word alter, and you know people are talking about it as an alternative to Molten MCI. So you're like, oh, what's that? And then when someone explains it to you, you're like, oh, okay. Because it's literally just short for Molten MCI Alternative Springtrap. while ripping on Digimon's Omnimon Alter S. But thanks for the $2, Matthew. Ooh, that was some really good movement on the last bit. Look, if I got that in a run, that would have been great. But these are all just practices. Not practices, these are just background footage. At their core. I was going to say something else. Oh yeah, the pushes of motivation. And this is what it is it's a fan-made Five Nights at Freddy's Fazbear Frights style story called Metallophobia, which is actually more of a Tales thing, but it is definitely more in the Frights vein because it's a lot more sister location, classic FNAF era themed. Kind of between those two, because it's the plot of Metallophobia is you have these two teenagers who grew up in Hurricane around the original murders, but like years after, and they're just two goobers obsessed with FNAF, basically lore, or I should say the history of Freddy's in the story. And their names are Ned and Louie, respectively, and Ned's the primary protagonist, though it will switch as the story goes on, because Frights does that, and I actually kind of like that, where like the perspective character will shift depending on whoever is kind of the one with the action. But basically, the plot is they notice someone's been tampering with the old Fredbear's building, or what was. They even point out in the story that it's been bought out and reopened like a ton of times. Oh, if you're wondering why I'm playing this exact same level, it's because it's the hardest point in the game, so practicing it's like what I do. Like, I'm intentionally restarting this. This is not, I'm stuck on an area. I just do this section over and over again. Because it's the one that has, like, the most challenge to it, and it takes, like, the most practice. Ooh. Ooh. Hold the fuck on. Nope, there it goes. That's a really good moment. I'll respond to what do you think about the names in a bit. I'll just want to finish my top. But Metallophobia has them going down to like the bought out old Fredbear's area under the rumors that someone's trying to mess with it to do something with it. And they accidentally stumble into, as implied by the sister location breaker room map, they stumble into sister location, or the bunker itself, through Fredbear's, because it's implied in that game that Fredbear's is connected to SL in some way physically. So, like, that's kind of like the premise of the story, is them, like, wandering around where they shouldn't go. But I won't spoil the ending if I ever do make it. Because like, the ending is... Fright is one of those things where it's all about, like, how do we get to the part where everyone fucking dies and suffers, in many ways. Like, not every story is like that, but a lot of them are. And there's a lot of filler, typically, but I don't want this story to be actually that long. I want this story to feel like a story where things are happening. Which is not guaranteed in a Fazbear Frights book. But on the topic of reused names, since I saw that in chat, even though I'm kind of responding to this a little late, I think, at least originally, it was just like a, hey, I mean, there are decent odds that some people could have the same names. There's a theory I've had ever since FNAF 6 came out that we weren't actually seeing the MCI, but instead seeing, like, the names of everyone who's done something significant. If that makes sense. So, like, oh, Jeremy Fitzgerald was important, so he was there. Fritz was important, so he was there. And that was a way of, like, debunking, like, the Mike was everyone theories. But that just is so unlikely now with how Fourth Closet was handled. Like, Fourth Closet does kind of have everyone's name in it, you know? Hey, Lamb! Okay, so this is, that's a surprise one. So Lamb was the speedrunner world record holder before me, in this game. So everyone say hi to Lamb. Congrats on pushing the record before me. I, at this point, use it as background footage because it's one of those games I can play so much without talking about, like, well, I can talk about almost anything while playing Giraffe Town. I get in one of those kind of hypnotic states. It's like kind of like talking while walking, where it's like, it's a lot of word vomit just coming out of your brain as you're doing something with second nature. Because some part of your brain is dedicated to, like, the basic motor functions or whatever. This game's like that for me at this point, where it's like, I'm not even as good as I was when I was pushing the record. It's just like I said, second nature, where like I'm just doing things. And you can even see moments like that where I was like stumbling to say what I was going to say next because like because I was actually doing something hard in the game. My brain was like, "Oh, that thing, do that. What the hell?" I'm gonna read chat, kind of refresh the topic. Yeah, the theories have been popping off a little bit. It's funny because Giraffe Town was probably the biggest thing on my channel before that in terms of like subscriber count and like view count. So it's kind of why I wanted to keep it around here in some way, even if it's in a really weird context, which is I'm talking about FNAF lore while playing Giraffe Town. It's also why, like, in every live stream, whenever we see my desktop, we see that Giraffe Town is in the FNAF game section, because I have them organized in the top right, so the bit just continues. I've been wondering if I do something like a 50,000 subscriber special, and it's just a Giraffe Town video, but I hype it up as, like, my big thing of whatever that, like, if Squawkverse doesn't exist yet, it would be like, is this the reveal Squawkverse? Find out. But I would have to have, like, asterisks, like, it might not be, and then you get to the video, and it starts out, like, really profound and serious. Like, what do I do with a growing viewer base? What is the future of my channel? What do I do with anything and everything? And stuff like that. Like, it's stuff that sounds, like, profound, but is really not. And then it's like, I think I know what the purpose of fame is. It's to spread news about Giraffe Town! And then it would be like a Giraffe Town speedrun video or something like that. This would have to be like a 50,000 subscriber special kind of thing, or like, if I'd made it that far. Because, like, I did a Giraffe Town tutorial at one point. It wasn't great. Theory about the Silver Eyes trilogy being the same timeline as Fazbear Frights. I've thought about that. It would explain Ella being in 1:35 a.m. a little bit more. I don't know, though. It kind of would explain... No, it wouldn't, though, because there's, like, no context for Andrew being around... Ooh, that was weird. Restart the run there. We do have Zangle in the left corner. It would be funny if I got someone to mod Giraffe Town so that Giraffe was Freddy, and it's just never acknowledged in one of these streams. Oop. If I were to get a definitive question for FNAF, at this point, it would be the Stitchline Games debate, because the Stitchline games debates is a little different than almost every other discussion in FNAF at this point. This is a difference between, hey, are these books part of the story we're thinking of, or are they clues to a story we're thinking of? Or I should say, are they answers or are they clues? That's what a lot of people seem to try and push Fright's fiction off as a theory. It's just saying it's parallels with extra steps. But those extra steps literally re-change that theory to a completely different concept. That theory, like, the difference between Fright's fiction and parallels is, once again, that clues versus answers debate. It's technically similar to parallels in that we have to look at it as a blueprint of what is and isn't. But it kind of blurs that line between clues and answers, because, like, Stitchline games is all about answers. It's all about, this is this character, this is their moment, they are this one. It is not clues for anything. It's just a book. It's just a book series of answers in that context. So knowing whether we're looking at that book series for clues or answers would completely change things, and that's what makes it such a weird ass debate. Is you're not arguing is X character or Y character because of evidence. You're arguing is X content valid or invalid for discussion in this certain way. And that's part of why it gets so heated. Is it's like, this is media. Someone might have spent a lot of time reading or experiencing. They might have even gotten attached to the characters. I can't even say for sure why at times. And a lot of people convince themselves, like, it's the correct answer, therefore I have to stand by it. And, like, saying it isn't even the right set of answers or anything like that is going to be hard to explain or convince anything of. So that's kind of why, like, if I were to pick one, because that's probably the only way it would end as a debate, is if it was just stated or confirmed. I think the only thing Scott, other than Scott coming out and saying the dedicated answer for these stories, I think the only thing that could happen is if Cassie was confirmed to be the Vengeful Spirit. That's, like, the only thing I can think of at this point that, like, could get people to be convinced one way or the other. Other than that, Midnight Motorist might be fine, but I actually like discussing Midnight Motorist and, like, thinking of the new crackpot theories of what it could be. It's actually kind of the FNAF theorizing I've grown to really like, is the taking every little detail to consider and knowing everything was placed there intentionally. Or knowing that most things were at the very least, and it's like, that's interesting, that's fun. Whereas Stitchline games is like having a picture of a triangle and then being told, what are you looking at? And saying it's a picture of a triangle or saying it's a triangle. Like, both of those could be correct, but technically, depending on what the question was being asked, it, like, changes things. And that's not as fun as, like, oh, what happened to the triangle between two pictures of where it's gone or is. And then being given a series of other pictures with, like, other characters around the triangle. That's, like, fun, because it's like, oh, now we have to learn who these people are and, like, what ways they could interact and what it could all mean. The worst one I've heard of, except Mic Trap. The worst? Okay, I don't know if this is the worst in terms of, like, quality as a theory, or if it would be the worst in terms of my least favorite. But I would say Cassidy the Victim is a big one. It's one of those where it, like, takes something that looks like a clear set of answers and runs a complete opposite direction with it for really confusing payoff. Especially depending on who's arguing it. Like, specifically, the version I really dislike is a version of Cassidy Victim, the theory that Cassidy is the name of the bite victim, that is bite victim 5th, so the retcon is the one retcon, or a retcon, is that the bite victim is the 5th missing kid. Uh, and then, like, an additional fuck you in him being in Mike Hell. That's another theory that's, like, part of that version of Cast Victim I've never liked. Like, those two combined to be one... Like, those three theories, I should say, because it's three separate ideas. One, that the Mike Victim's name is Cassidy, and that he's the faded text. One, that he's not the alter text. That's another theory. That's kind of one thing, though. One, that he's retconned to being the fifth missing kid somehow, even though the story makes no sense in that context. And one, that he's in Mike Hell. Like, that combined version of the theory, which was popular for a while in the kind of... And this is before Stitchline games really existed, so this was prevalent as, like, a third option to the kind of Golden Both or Vengeful Cassidy concepts. Crashmaster, thanks you for the $5. What do you think about Frights and Tales being connected? With Frights, To Be Beautiful, Agony, it's one of those, it's a double-edged sword. A lot of people who are hardcore Tales games believers and are also Stitchline games believers want that to be the proof, like the missing link to Stitchline games. And there's a few like, Frailty is like the biggest example, but there's some other arguable ones that line up with it. Animatronic Apocalypse arguably has that too, with like the kind of black goo leaking eyes stuff, which was kind of a thing in Frights too. Though I'm not 100% sure how to connect in the context of Animatronic Apocalypse, which is probably one of the least discussed theories that is fucking, or not theories, stories. That's like fucking weird, man. It is one of those. It's one of those stories that feels like Frights leaking into Tales, as like from a writing standpoint. It's just Frights and Tales feel different in many regards for me. Like, there's a lot of stories that feel the exact same between them, but most of the time there's like okay, this is like a refined take on it, where we have a location, we know how we're connecting X and Y, where especially later Frights has the like, what the hell does this have to do with FNAF thing happen a lot. And it's like one of those, like, it's a double-edged sword, like I said. If you could make an argument that Stitchline games is deconfirmed, you could use it to debunk Tales games. If you made an argument that Tales games was absolutely confirmed, you could use it to bunk Stitchline games. And that's one of those, what I was talking about, where it's like two different interpretations of the story thing. It's completely one of those, where it's like, if you believe Tales games is a given or has to be true, then you could, like I said, use it to argue Stitchline games has to be true. And then there's like the weird ass ones where it's like, where you have to argue Tales is like Frights, where like there's some stories are, some stories aren't. It's like, is it one of those? Is it not? And then the timeline branches thing is such a confusing fucking discussion, because I know some people treat it as a more plausible idea than it might be or might not be. Like, it might be. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying, like, this is one of those where it's kind of a first, but you could argue it kind of isn't. Because multiple timelines, it gets really messy depending on how it's being written and presented. Or, like, and this is one of those, like, I need to kind of collect my thoughts before I say something. Okay, so there's a Rick and Morty episode where they're looking for alternate universes to like live in or places to go, and they keep looking for worlds to live on, and one of the ones they end up on it's a universe that looks all fine and normal, but when they look at like the atomic structure of everything, it's all made out of corn. And it's like, are we dealing with that kind of alternate universe where like literally the fundamental rules and characters change? Or are we dealing with an alternate universe where it's good ending versus bad ending, as someone suggested in chat? Are we looking at one timeline where the MCI kids aren't freed and one timeline where they are? Or are we looking at a timeline that's fundamentally different from the start? Because that's, like I said, that's what's confusing about the alternate timeline debates, is like, how, if, especially when it's used for Stitchline arguments, it's like, so is Andrew part of the timeline, or is he not? Or are we dealing with two timelines, one where he exists and one where he isn't? Like, is this a what-if scenario? Like, what if this kid was the vengeful spirit? Or are we dealing with, like, hey, this is like Silver Eyes, where it's a completely new universe, but there are a lot of familiar aspects and, like, faces. But we have some new original characters overriding the original game line characters, like Michael Brooks versus Cassidy and all that. Uh, uh, you know, there's sometimes arguments I've thought of where I'm like, is that too oppressive or restrictive of a theory or perspective to say something? And one of them is a really, not bullshit, but like, because like there's kind of a point to it, but there kind of isn't also, is like saying something like Stitchline Games is unprecedented, because like we were so solidly told that Silver Eyes was its own timeline doing its own thing. And then you could make like the argument of like Frights is implying something we were never properly told, but then people are just going to be like, oh, some stories are directly connected, and use that line because they always do. Yeah, there is kind of like a mimic line games argument, but that has to do with some like weird sauce, because I think the Pizzaplex is mentioned in Frailty. I think. Which is part of what's maybe wrong. So that is a point I've been considering also, is do I make like a video of like the true Frights timeline? And I kind of talked about this last stream, where it's like really, truly, like with a fine-tooth comb, going through Frights, trying to construct an alternate world from scratch, if that makes sense. Like, it's one of those, it sucks because it would be confirmation bias if I did that, because I'm trying to prove a thesis, kind of. But then again, if I go through it and I find I can't do it, then, well, I find I can't do it, you know? But there is a point where you're saying about like, hey, you can prove a lot of these stories are connected to each other just because they are. Like there's just like direct line to line to line moments sometimes. And that's why Stitchline exists. It's why there's like the argument of some directly connected, some not. Is like the argument being made is if it's connected to the Stitch Wraith, it's connected to the game canon. But I do wonder if you can go the opposite direction, where if you can prove every or almost all stories are connected to Frights, or the kind of overall Frights line, beyond even just Stitchline Games, you might be able to make a completely new argument against Stitchline Games. And say, like, this fundamental idea of only a few stories being in the game continuity, or not only a few, it's 12. It's like 12 or 13, depending on who's counting, or like what stories you include. And all of the epilogues, obviously, but the epilogues are like collectively like 2 or 3 stories worth. Like, some people kind of forget the epilogues are like 8 pages each. Maybe like 12 or 13. Like, especially in the later ones where they're trying to wrap up the story. And it's also interesting, there's a definitive line drawn between Felix the Shark and the stories in its book and the other ones. Like, because that's something that's always been like, why this book? What are we saying in this book that's different from the other books? That make it so it can't be part of the collection. It's something I've always been wondering about. Because, like, in both the context of Stitchline games and the context of parallels, it's like, why this one? In the context of Stitchline games, it's just 3 stories that have no connection point, right? That's all that matters about it. Right? And then if it's in parallels, it's like, well, fucking, they're all an alternate universe anyway, or like alternate universes. So who fucking gives a shit? Why is this book not part of the mythical collection, but every other one was? I've thought about the the first 4 being rewritten theory, and it falls apart the more you consider it, because almost all of the lore stuff in those first 4 games is like, so this alternate dev just randomly made this story this way. That's already a bit of a weird assumption. But then it's like, okay, FNAF 6, an event we know happens, because it's referenced as a security breach, so you have to argue security breach is also fiction. And so is Help Wanted. Security breach connects to Help Wanted, and Help Wanted 2 connects to security breach and Help Wanted 1, and then you have Help Wanted, you have security breach referencing FNAF 6, and then FNAF 6 references FNAF 3 indirectly with Springtrap, but still fairly directly because it references test location a solid bit, like enough to the point where it's really hard to argue it isn't there. And sister location references FNAF 4 a shit ton. And then FNAF 4's minigames are all about setting up fucking Happiest Day. If you look at like a lot of the traits, like the Chica, the kid with the balloon, you have the broken mangle toy, you have the Fredbear going off the stage, you have the shadow of the animatronics on the wall. You have all of the elements of Happiest Day in that game except for the puppet. Even Happiest Day is just an inverted Fredbear's map. So that's a lot of references to FNAF 3 in a game that's heavily referenced by sister location. And then we have exact word terminology being borrowed from one game to another. You have Mike talking about how William says, like, I put her back together just like you asked me to. And all that, which is like a direct FNAF 4 call out. And then you have FNAF World directly referencing FNAF 4 a few times. Even further, and then you have the fact that, like, the only clue to the entire first 4 game idea is one particular reading of a story that doesn't even say. This is something people do a lot, where it's like, I mentioned this last game, where people will say a story says something it doesn't actually say. Help Wanted, the short story about the developer of some FNAF indie games, never says he makes FNAF 1 through 3, if I remember. It says he makes games based on, like, the horrors of FNAF, and that might include events very similar to FNAF 1 through 3. But it doesn't say the versions we play exactly are. And that's one of the tricky elements. Oh, then you have FNAF 2's puppet being in Lefty. And then we have FNAF sister location referencing fucking FNAF 3 very explicitly in Custom Night. Like, literally, the burn down Fazbear Frights with canon Springtrap design. And then, so it's like, oh, so FNAF 3 has to be moderately real or mostly real. And then it's like, FNAF 3 directly fucking references FNAF 2. Which is like, so it's like, oh, okay, so that particular detail's made up for this fictional scenario. And it's like, at that point, the only games that are like questionably real are FNAF 2 and 1, really. It's like, it's not a change that makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, and FNAF 3 has Springtrap at the FNAF 1 location, so yeah, no, you don't get anything, really, with the false timeline narrative. It's not, like, it's not even like a, this is the more definitively written canon concept. It's, the details it changes are not enough to the point where I would say, this is why I never made this video, because I did think about this. I did think about, like, do I do this as, like, a video or a topic or not? And when I was, like, looking at it all and trying to lay it all out, I'm like, this is such a dumb change that makes no sense. Like, if you're going to pull the trigger and say this is, like, the new canon, Frights doesn't do that enough, really, for that to make sense, and like, what Frights really does talk about are not things those first few games rarely talk about. Like, FNAF 1, 3, and 4 don't talk about the vengeful spirit and fucking Fazbear Frights, and, or not Fazbear Frights, FNAF 6 Fire. I was thinking one fire to another, but whatever. It's not talking about FNAF 6, it's not talking about, like, vengeful spirit, it's not talking about, like, the final killing of Afton. So that new timeline theory, where, like, Frights is, like, the real version of events, just doesn't really match what Frights was. If Frights was, like, every story was like What We Found, for example, because What We Found is the only time where I could see that kind of thing happening, and it was kind of the impetus for me thinking about it all in the first place. Because, like, if there was, like, a FNAF 1 story, if there was a FNAF 2 story, if there was a FNAF 3 story, if there was a FNAF 4 story, if, like, Jake was, like, the bite victim or something like that, I could see, like, a rewritten timeline storyline forming. But it never pulls the trigger of, like, this is reimagining previous events. And also, there's too many times the previous events are referenced in other material that, like, drawing the line becomes ridiculously difficult. Because you can't argue FNAF 6 doesn't happen, because we fucking see that it did. So you have to argue, it's like, oh, it kind of happened, but not the way it does in 6. And then it's like, how many things have to happen that way for that theory to work? What's the cutoff point? Because Frights doesn't give a shit about how, like, what's real. It just says there was a place that burned down, that Afton was burned in. And stuff like that. Oh yeah, the only thing that implies Steve might have made FNAF 1 through 3 is Science Phrase being called Science Phrase 1 through 3 and Help Wanted, the game. And he did finish 3 games. But then you have to deal with the fact that Help Wanted was talking about, like, emails going around and, like, discussions between the indie dev and Fazbear Entertainment, and then that never happens in the short story. Like, those scenes aren't a thing. So, that's just kind of the Tales games isms being Tales games. But it's like, once again, everything with Tales games has a grain of salt to it, where it's like, can't even fucking rely on any of it for answers. Do you think all the characters talk similar because they're written by the same man? I don't... One writer can make several characters sound different. There's no otherworldly limitation that characters can only... That will... What does that point even mean? We wouldn't have fiction or different characters written by individuals. We would have different fiction if it was a collaborative effort. If people weren't capable of writing in multiple voices or perspectives. Tales being... Tales being mimicked just doing self-insert fan fiction would be very funny if Tales was... If Tales fiction was ever confirmed. If I could write my own FNAF movie, what would the plot be? I think I would really want to play into the MCI kids angle. I think... I know Scott was like, oh, who would want to watch like an encyclopedia of FNAF, but I think not picking Cassidy as the main character and picking Gabriel instead and just using him as a viewpoint for FNAF's storyline and then kind of do not an anthology movie, but doing something where we're seeing the same story at different points in time from different perspectives. So like have the start of the movie be the lead up into the MCI and then have everything else be kind of seemingly when you're first watching it being random events, but then you realize as more and more events happen, we're learning more and more about these kids and characters as different detached moments. So like scene 1 is, like I said, the MCI, and then scene 2 is a security guard the week after the MCI, seeing the animatronics come to life for the first time. Maybe have some, like, Puppet or William stuffing implications between those moments. And then we have shots of, like, the animatronics waking up for the first time, and then having that kind of horror of, like, hey, we have the classic FNAF stuff for people who don't get what's happening. But then we have the ominous, like, oh god, these are corpses inside suits that souls are dragging around trying to figure out how to move. Like, have, like, Fritz as Foxy stumble trying to run or move for the first time. And him, like, trying to cry but not being able to form tears because he's stuck in a fucking robot body. Like, think about how messed up and sad that is. That, like, your fundamental ability to move your body and act is broken now. And you just want to take it out on anyone who's around. And that's, like, the first Night Guard murder. And then you have, like, the shutdown of Freddy's and, like, the horror of them being ripped apart. But then you have, like, FNAF VHS style stuff where, like, they kind of fight back against the people who are dismantling them, but they ultimately lose. And then you have that horror of, like, you have the two-way horror of, like, oh, you have the horror of these night guards being attacked by these otherworldly animatronic kind of things. But then you have the fucking horror about, like, these are kids whose new bodies are these robots that are being ripped apart with their faces taken out. And then you have, like, interviews, like, years after the fact where it's, like, the parents being upset and crying, and then it's, like, what the fuck? Sorry, that was a funny trap glitch. And then you have, like, the end of the movie be, the spring locking of William happen. And it's, like, years and years after they've been suffering and, like, and we've been chronicling the kind of abuse they've they've suffered from FNAF and all that. That would be kind of how I would do a Five Nights at Freddy's like movie if I had to pick one. If I didn't do something kind of similar to what the FNAF movie did. Which, by the way, props to the FNAF movie for fucking actually being across Five Nights. That was the thing I least expected. Hi, Titan. Yeah, I think there's a lot of room for FNAF's, for like FNAF stories to be different. Eh. While still like having moments. Day Shift is weird because like it is a comedy first and foremost, but like a lot of the real like lore it sets out for itself is serious or has dark implications at least. Like even if you're laughing at the idea, it's like, fuck, that's messed up, man. Which I mean, like for it to be a FNAF storyline has to be the case, you know. Like you can't make a comedy series about kids and the corpses of kids and robots without having being able to think of itself as serious. Okay, can I vent a little bit about the new kid? Right story? Too bad, I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't care if anyone responded to that statement. I'm gonna talk about it a bit. I am so frustrated with that story because it doesn't feel like it at all knows what the fuck it's trying to be. It's like the surface level writing isn't the problem. It's the subtext that like a lot of Fright stuff that ties into Stitchline has, where it's like, oh, that figure comes back in the Stitch Rate Stinger, right, and all that. But then it's like with Fredbear, it's like, are we watching Cassidy fucking with someone as Casey, or are we watching Andrew do it? Because both of that is really weird for both characters. Yeah, other Haunted Andrew shit has fucked with people before, so it's not as weird for him, but it is so drastically bizarre because we have him associated with a crocodile mask or an alligator mask. Alligator, I think it actually was a gator mask. And it's like, are we having Andrew's animal be a gator or not? And so it's like, okay, you see it or not, Man in Room 12A establishes his character is a gator, right? But then you have fucking New Kid, a story that does loosely match the properties of Andrew's previous like agony infected items, like Fetch, like just kind of tormenting and taking out its frustration on people. I can kind of see that happening there, or an interpretation like that. I could see how you could draw that line. But then it's like, okay, so if he's fucking Fredbear, or he's related to Fredbear, or has his agony attached to Fredbear, why does he wear a gator mask and not a bear mask? Like, what was the point of that entire detail?
And it's like, so why is he associated with this costume and suit? Because, like, him being associated with Fetch, fair enough. He exploded in a Fazbear factory. His agony could attach to things around him. It's a warehouse, I think. Not a factory, but you get my point. Right? That's the reason he's attached to random shit like Fetch. Why is he attached to Fredbear? Did he die in Fredbear? If he did, why is he not associated with Fredbear later? If it's not Fredbear, then what is this random Fredbear suit in this fucking building? Or in this random Freddy's? Like, is this the same Freddy's? Is it a different Freddy's? If it is the actual Freddy's we've been following, what's it been doing this whole fucking time? If it's a different Freddy's, why did William kill someone at different Freddy's if that's the narrative we're going for? Like, I guess there's no reason he couldn't attack people at other buildings. But as far as the story has been presented up to that point, it's always been fucking about our main place, our main pizzerias, the one, like, the core ones we've been following. So it's like, we're just now fucking, which book is New Kid in? I can't even remember off the top of my head. Let me look up. Which book was New Kid in? Because it becomes more absurd the later it is. FNAF. I don't even remember. It's Kelsey. He's not even named Casey. What the fuck's wrong with me? He's in book 3. Okay. And yeah, it's the third one. And it's like, oh yes, 2 years later after UCN, in the third book in these short stories, we get revealed that there's an entire other Freddy's that William killed one kid in, as far as we know, who possesses Fredbear, who randomly changes his appearance to be blonde, and also he was in FNAF 6, fuck you. Like, it's not even a concept on the table. Oh yeah, then Kelsey also bleeds being a fucking ghost. That's a fun one. But Golden Freddy did weird shit in the movie too, so that's not even actually like a problem as much to me. I wonder if there's a theory you could make that Kelsey is actually alive at the start of the story, but the Kelsey we see later is a projection. I wonder if you could do that. So, like, the first half of the story actually isn't even that supernatural. Or as supernatural as we think it is. Maybe. Nah, I'm sure there's some problem with that. I need to reread that story. I haven't read it. It's been one of those, like, I've had it in, like, in another tab to reread it again. But, like, lore implications of In the Flesh. You know, In the Flesh wouldn't have been as batshit a story if it wasn't for that final part. I'm not surprised Golden Freddy could call Dap. I mean, isn't Abby the one who says, like, isn't Abby the one who's like, we need a way to get there? So she could have just called one. I also gotta say, well, people like dog on the concept of an Emperor thing. It's not like, it's horror, right? It's supposed to be something freaky and disgusting. So it's like, well, it's weird. I don't
see like why that's the problem as much as some people do. Like, come on, we had a kid fucking crushed in a ticket booth. I do wonder if we want to get another book series. Abby asked, how do we get there to selling the cap? I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, kid turning into a candy statue. There's plenty of weird shit. I don't see why that's like the line people are like, and then this happens and it's so crazy. I'm like, I think Fazgo's probably, or Sea Bonnie's would probably be the weirder one. Because like that's like in the flesh it's kind of random, but it does play on like the themes of like creation of like, hey, you made this game, you're fucking with me. And now you literally give birth to a monster. You know? You know what would be an insane theory? If In the Flesh is the birth of Plushtrap from Plushtrap Chaser. Because it's like supposed to be a really weird one. Right? It's supposed, like, the Plushtrap Chaser is supposed to be like a weird, like, what are we looking at? Is third grader really the demographic of FNAF, though? People say that shit. People, like, say, like, oh, it's a kid series. And, like, I know FNAF does appeal to the kids, but I would argue that's more the games and the movies domain. If I were to pick media that appeals to that group, I feel like a little after third grade, like a well after, I would say high schooler or middle schooler is what FNAF appeals to. And third grader's a decent chunk from that. That's... like, no, yeah, I don't think third grader really fits, honestly. I think, when I think of, like, a young FNAF fan, I think of, like I said, middle schooler. And like I said, that's minimum of 3 years off of third grader. There was this video I fucking hated. I don't even remember who made it or what it was called. I remember though it was trying to argue like X things. I think the big argument was that like all big FNAF, or not all big FNAF, all big like gaming channels are appealing to kids, and the guy who made the video kept using this PNG of like a fucking baby slash like toddler, or like a fourth grader like level age. I'm like, guys, dude, that's not. And keep in mind, when I say like YouTubers, I mean like Markiplier and like Jacksepticeye. It's like, do they have younger audiences at like, are there younger audience members present? Yes. This franchise is only for ages 12 and other, according to Secure Breach. What the fuck are you talking about? Is that like a quote? So yeah, middle school to high school. What the hell? You can't. And also, Secure Breach is rated fucking teen. It's not an what? I don't. I mean, yes, I know Tales can be like Tales and Frights can be at like elementary book fairs. I'm not arguing it isn't. I'm saying though, like, that they weren't. That's arguing that they can be there is different than saying they're meant to be. Because it's a Scholastic book. Scholastic appears fucking everywhere. There are books that were in like my elementary school library that I'm like, should kids my age be able to read some of the stuff I'm reading, that isn't as weird as people make it sound. Because like I said, can be is very different than it like is supposed to be, or this is the core audience. Because core audience is very different than lowest audience. I think the youngest age of FNAF fan could be like is 8. Maybe that can be in the 3rd grade range. But to say that's the core intended audience for all FNAF fans is heavily misleading. Yeah. Control your language? I don't even know what that means. The worst part of Tails is the idea of Spimic and Snimic. That's fair. It is one of those, like... I can't tell if they were trying to imply Tails Mimic was supernatural, because a lot of times they treat him as, like, a robot that's just smarter than the teens give credit. But then they have him do, like, flashing lights and other crazy shit. And I'm like, what? So are we dealing with a supernatural entity or not? Because then people, and I know people will bring up like, oh, he's Agony from Edwin. And it's like, that's fair to an extent. But what's the line between like infect with agony and literally fucking completely able to alter events? Oh yeah, anyone who says the books are like solely designed to appeal to middle schoolers, I don't think has really read the books or has only little bits of read them or like heard summaries. I mean, the reason the therapist says, "Do you know what that means?" is because she's talking to a kid. Like, actually, in the scene, she's talking to a child. But I don't really feel like that's a censorship thing. I could see stuff like, saying stuff like "you're bleeding." I can kind of see that, like being argued as censorship. Though to me, it's okay. Here's something weird to consider with dialogue lines. Sometimes a line just sounds better coming out of a character speaking. And sometimes it doesn't in the overall product, but I can see in the context of like, with how robotic Freddy is in most scenarios, him just being like, robot brain. When me damaged, me broken. Child broken because he hurt. Could you imagine beating up a fridge, it getting angry, then becoming a transformer? That is the caliber of some Fright stories. I'm not going to defend the quality of the writing, but I will defend the demographic they're fucking writing to. Because that's... When I read Frights, I'm like 12-year-old plus. I do not think 3rd grader. 3rd grader is younger than some people think, you know? 3rd grader, like I said, is like the minimum I can think of, like someone liking Final Phrase, or like maybe if you only see the bright colorful characters, but like I don't. Maybe I'm just thinking of like what I was like in that age, but I'm like, I don't think I would like reading FNAF books at that age. And yeah, and also remember, Freddy is a character meant for like little kids in the universe. And the age. He talks in censorship stuff. So him saying stuff like, "Oh, don't worry, kiddo, you're broken, but we can fix you up right here at our Fazbear Medical Center." That's the other thing to consider. I was like, what's in character for someone to say? What's the type of wording they would use? There's also like the theory of like, when I say theory, I don't mean like FNAF theory. Like it's a practice kind of like idea. That telling a kid how dangerous something is or how bad it is can cause them to freak out and panic more than they actually might be injured. Like when a kid falls and you're like, there, oh no, they might cry more than if they just walked it off. I think In the Flesh is before Sea Bonnies, isn't it? Oh, you're talking about Scott making Felix the Spike Map Pat. That would be very funny. Yeah, but oh yeah, Freddy also doesn't speak in contractions, and that's unique to him. Sometimes the other characters do speak in like lacking contractions in the pre-recorded audio, but like Roxy, Monty, and Chica do use contractions, if I remember. Okay, when we're arguing of like, oh, kids wouldn't respond to this, we're starting to get into semantics a little bit. Where it's like, oh, maybe kids would be more comfortable if they think they're cut. But it's like what I'm saying, where it's like, it's the difference between saying, you're fucking bleeding. I'm not, okay, he wouldn't swear. You're bleeding. You're bleeding. Like I said, it's the freak out, like, oh shit, I'm bleeding? Oh no. Versus like, you're broken. It's like, that's an abstract concept. It's like, oh, are you going to fix me up? Yeah, we are. Just follow me to the first aid station. Like, especially since that's his, like, default response to that moment. I think that's just, like, his character and, like, how he's written, to be honest, at this point. Like, first and foremost. Like, yeah. I'm just repeating myself at this point. Yeah, no, he does sometimes use contractions. He just typically doesn't. It is a novelty Freddy Fazbear watch. Oh yeah, Superstar, you're bleeding versus, oh no, it appears you are broken. No worry, I will take you to first aid. Like that second line actually does sound a lot more like Freddy to me in that moment, and how he would handle a normal kid, versus the first one comes off more like an AI that's genuinely observing something, and Freddy kind of flips throughout the game. And I think him responding to a normal injury in an automated sense, especially how that scene plays out, because that scene is not like, this is the best way to handle something. This is, I am programmed to do this, we are going to first aid, you need help. I cannot allow you to leave while you are injured. Like, that's, to me, how that scene plays out. So, like, him saying a more safe and traditionally automated response sounds more Freddy-like to me than, you're bleeding! Whole parts of the game got cut because Freddy could freeze in the freezer section. I heavily doubt that statement. I'm sorry, but the idea that kids can't handle a kid getting cold and freezing is such a weird goddamn concept. Like, that is, like, it's still a rated teen game. I don't, like, a lot of people argue censorship stuff, and the more time passes, I'm like, is this really censorship when we look at what else in the game? Like, yeah, it's not exactly a gory game, but, like, then you look at Burn Trap, and you're like, this is in the game. And you're telling me Gregory, the idea that Gregory might freeze to death is too far? Fucking Ben 10 Protector of Earth on the PS2 has Ben say stuff like, so cold, when he dies in the game. Or loses, I should say. I mean, yeah, no, he just straight up dies, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think fucking the theory, like, the hypothetical we wouldn't even see it of Gregory freezing would be the reason they would remove a section, as much as, oh, this gameplay sucks, let's remove it. Which, to be fair, they should have done with more of the game.
It's the new rule of EU set for video games being crazy strict. I'm not going to call bullshit because that's not the reasonable response here. I just have no clue what the hell you're talking about, and I want to look into this. Like, I don't actually... How did I search for this? I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about, to be honest. I'm looking at... The only thing I can find for EU video game laws is stuff talking about loot box banning. Like, I don't know what new rules you're even talking about, because the only new rules I've... this is being... I'm actually being refreshed as I look on... As I'm looking from, like, article to article. It's all just about, like, loot boxes and deceptive video game marketing. I've never heard Peggy. I don't... I made an entire video about Princess Quest Grave Order. I don't see... I'm reading, like, the Peggy age restriction stuff, and I don't see how this is what... I don't see what what problem this would even cause. Because you're talking about new laws passed. And the only new law I can find anything else is the loot box thing. It's all... Everything else looks older than that. Peggy is not the US system. We have ESRB. Yeah, I just don't know what the grounds for, like, the interpretation that
No, okay. I will say I don't think the cut thing is a censorship thing, because they were in teen for a good while before. I'm pretty sure age rating, and I don't think bleeding would be against teen. In fact, I'm pretty sure it actively isn't. I also don't see anything on, like, when I was looking through Peggy stuff just now for the EU age rating system that, like, specifically implied, because, like, unless Steel Wool specifically said we had to remove a freezer section for Peggy restrictions, there's nothing I'm seeing related to Peggy about, like, that would imply specifically during the creation of Security Breach they couldn't do it. I think they just cut one of the many, many things elsewhere cut in the game. Like, there's so much cut content in Security Breach, so, like, I could just see them cutting something for time. Because Security Breach was pretty clearly rushed, so them cutting, like, a pointless freezer level if there wasn't any lore in it sounds pretty reasonable to me. It sounds more likely than there's a law I can't find proof of existing. At least me personally. Like, when I'm talking about why I don't believe this, not saying that this couldn't be the case. I can't find any, like, evidence of this, and this age rating stuff doesn't mean they can't do it. It means the rating changes. So unless they really cared about being a specific age range in the EU specifically, I don't get it. I'm not really into the SCP Foundation wiki. But, like, I don't get the child violence thing, though, because it's not... Just, like, the fundamental argument that a freezer level got cut because of Peggy age restrictions does not make sense to me. Because he fucking dies in plenty of other areas in the game, and like I said, Burn Trap exists. Burn Trap's freaky as fuck, man. Like, I would be, if I was like a Peggy person, I'd be like, you can't have this monster in the game. Before I would be like, a freezer is too real of a death. And also, once again, it assumes it wasn't just cut for time. I don't know the proof for that, though. I don't even know where a freezer section would have been. This probably speaks to how little importance it had. Whatever. Can't move on. I do wonder if the Foxy Grid is meant to solve the victim's name. I just have gone through, like, everything I can think of. And one of the problems with that Foxy Grid is, it feels like every answer feels like increasingly more and more obtuse and, like, esoteric. And it's like, when it reaches a certain point of being so obscure and, like, so impossible to get this information, it's like, would this why would this, how do you even make like this puzzle A and B? Why is it so much more complicated than the Cassie puzzle? Good night, Crashmaster. And we do have to ask, where's the Mimic Bath Arc? Have a good night. The Mimic's in a bath, Burn Trap's in a shower. They are not the same. I do wonder if it genuinely is like a bugged puzzle, if that makes sense, where it's like it can't really be solved because there was an error made in it. I could easily see something like we're missing a tally mark, or one of the tally marks was like accidentally printed twice or something like that. Because the strangest thing about the tally mark puzzle is the strangest thing about the tally mark puzzle is it's so many fives. And it's like, what are we supposed to do with that many fives? Because unless we're doing something where they're like adding to the previous one, that's going to be the same letter for whatever input we're pairing it with, typically. So either there's some other set of numbers that change this, or like I said, it's a bug. It's messed up. Yeah, it also could be like a scrap puzzle that's just kind of a red herring. Actually, let me take a look at my logbook. I have all the pages with tally marks dog-eared. To look at. It's 5, 10. Well, it's 2 5s, but 10 because they're right next to each other. We're gonna say. Then there's on the same page. It's a total of 14, but there's a 5 on the left and then a 5 and 4 on the right. And then another 5. And then another 5. Oh wait, is that final one? Hold on. No, yeah, it's just another 5. It is really weird for the bite victim to be the only character with no name, which is part of what makes me think there is an intended cipher. And I know people have argued we've solved the tallies before, but the solutions they say are like the definitive ones are always like either very pointless information if they were true, but also like completely nonsensical phrases like the architect or stuff like that, or it's like that doesn't mean anything. It My victim is giraffe confirmed. That is the only true answer. His name is... So I think that the complete code is 5, 10, 5. Do I have a pencil? I think I have a pencil around here. Hold on. Damn it. Screw it. Let's spend a little bit of time on this. Let me get this set up. Once again, don't want to spoil projects, don't want to spoil next stuff. Let me try. Let me pull it up. Why was this all red? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I think it's I had multiple around at the same time. Anyone have any ideas I haven't tried yet? Funny story from the FNAF movie novel. Okay, let me, just for the sake of this, have 5. I'm kind of in a logbook cracking mood. Let's toy with some ideas. 5. 10. Wait, hold on. Nope, that is correct. Five. What the hell? Did I accidentally remove a page? Okay, wait, there's between these. No ideas? So then, we're going to put in quotes here because this is a little different. This is funky. You have 5, 9. How this is written, because one of them's together, but they're on the same page. And then you have a final 5. And I'm just like, what? What do I do with you?
Because the Foxy grid only goes down 58 total spaces. Could something be with differences of count? All the tallies. Only the groupings. Go on, Eden. All the spirit. All right. Soundwave Night. I'm not really sure what you meant. They're all pretty. Most of them are pretty clearly grouped. It looks like the only one that's like questionable are the third time we see the tally marks total in the book. It's hold on, I want to try that actually. There's something I want to try. This is bigger. There we go. Let's try 5 1. Let me do this. Do it like that. And then we do 10 2. Probably not, but we'll try. And I'm just doing this like this is the third time we see it, so let's try that. And then do blue for this one because it's different, because it's funky. 14 3 versus 5 4. Because there's a difference point right here because it could be two different things. But fuck, that changes everything. I don't know which edition my book is, to be honest. Is there a way of telling which edition book it is? I've never even heard that there's different versions of the book. Once again, how do you tell? Yeah, there's different Freddy files. F should be the first letter. What hexadecimal? Can you explain what you just said? Because I don't understand what you're saying. F should be the first letter 10 down. I have no clue what that statement. Like, Exodus, well, I don't know what you're saying. Like, that's... F should be the first letter 10 down, if I recall. They changed only that and, like, one other line. I don't know what that means as a sentence. That's why I use the two ciphers. But I don't know what you're saying fundamentally. Right? Okay. I'm gonna, in the meantime, until I get a response there, I'm gonna just thinking maybe like, are there times on these pages where it says, right about once? No, we have one again. I'm gonna try something. This won't work really for five. The letter 10 down, 1 across is just there in the second edition. In the Foxy grid? I don't know what you're talking about. That's not a thing in my Foxy grid. I will say. Yeah, King Plasma, if you can check that. I want to check one idea I just had. Though sadly, not Ginger. I mean, misprintings happen, so I've never heard about a second edition or this trait. Hold on. It is funky that, with the exception of... Maybe there's more exceptions. Hold on, let me double check. No, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't like. I'm just a little confused at what you're saying and like what's being implied here. The thing, what I was marking, because I thought I was on something for a second, was I thought maybe there was a number or something like that on each page, but it wasn't quite really. It would have been 5, 1. If I kept going with this idea. No, it doesn't work enough. Because I was like wondering if there was words that might clue this in. So it would be like 5, 1, because it says if you were going to design a new animatronic for one of the kids at 1, my idea was like at 1 of Freddy Fazbear's Numerous Enterprises, what it would look like, what special features might it have. So I was like, oh, 5, 1, because there's a 5 across from it on the same on the page next to it. And I was like, oh, make your workspace feel at home. There's nothing there. There's no number there. Maybe that would just be... No, that's not going to get us. At 12 across, 11 down. Maybe I kind of see what you're talking about. But it looks like just one of the several marks there are on the book. Hmm. Actually, there are some interesting marks on the book. These aren't like code spots, but let me... And this wouldn't be related to the tally marks if true. But let me attribute where they would be. 11, 29. E. And there's kind of... Okay, then 42. 16, 17, 19. So this would be 19, 40, 42, 19. I'm just looking at literally like every smudge on the page, basically, when I'm doing this. I don't even see a dot on my version of the page, to be honest. Uh, then 2, 16. If we get A with this, we do get baby spelled weird. Not baby spelled anyway any normal person would spell baby, but it is baby. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Okay. And then 20. I mean, it could just be a misprint. That does happen with books sometimes, which is what's tricky. This is looking like gibberish. Mm. 17. Yeah, I think this is just gibberish. Unless his name is Mubi or what? Webim. If the M wasn't there, I would say it says Webby, which would be interesting. I've tried stuff with the pages before, but if you're curious, here I'll write them down so we have them. In blue, and I'll pair them up. So it's page 9. I'll write this down. Page 9, and then it's $19. And then it's 38 because he's share page. And then there's wait, no, sorry, not 38, 32. Sorry, it's one. I think that's one of the alternate. Yeah, it's one of the pages that has an alternate number. Sorry. Yeah, that one's on 32, not 39. And then this one is actually right next, not right next to it, but very close to it at 36. And this is, and then finally, it's page 100. For page 5. Yeah, there is a chance we need to unscrabble the name. The headers of the pages, the tallies appears. I've tried stuff like that, but then we get problems like here. Let me here, I'll do this for word count too. I'll do a separate set of numbers in red. Uh 2, because special features are the only words on the first page. And then there's nothing on the next page, so 0 if you really want to be technical. Then you have to say it's like the other page with it. Which 0 cannot be on a grid if we're doing coordinates, which is always not a good sign about an idea. Then reflect on the happiest day of your life, write it once with a memory about that day, and feel better about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Do you count Mike writing in certain death as an extra 2 letters? Because if it does, that's 31. So for this next section, I'll say 20, 29, 31. Right. The number is covered by the girl who's... What? What number is covered? I don't see any number covered by the girl's head. It's well away from it. Page number? Some pages just don't have numbers. It's worth noting. Not every page in this book has numbers. Yeah, it's actually page 31. Let me fix this. Just realized. I'm trying to think. What could you do with this? Because you can't use the number 100 tally mark style. Because there's not 100th either way. And also, I don't even think we could be able to tell if a name had any promise just by doing some of it. So let's do some of it. Just for like to give it a chance. But I'm pretty sure it didn't even look that promising when I tried. Let's try 5, 9, 10, 10, 19, and then we'll have to do this a few ways, but let's just do it 1431. Is that correct? Yes. And then we'll try to reverse it. So we'll do 9-5, for example. Yeah, but I don't even think the book actually, I don't even think that page actually has a number normally. That's what I'm saying, because there's several pages that just don't have numbers. Let me make this a little brighter so it's a little easier to see. Maybe change it to dark blue. There we go. That makes them a little bit more visible. And then we have 536. Where's 36? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, that gives us, not including the hypothetical 5-100, which we don't have. Yeah, we could extrapolate to 5, but that is doing more work than they. Not only is that dumb, that requires we do something like what I've done, where we make a perfect Foxy grid. Perfect in quotes. There's always some chance I made some mistake, but that requires like something like that, and that's not even possible with the logbook they gave us. And I don't know what you get out of Pauf or Faub or Ufop. I just realized I've had this crooked the entire time, I think. What? Oh, what the hell? Revert to normalcy. There we go. We'll try. Let's try inverting it just for the sake of it. Nine. This direction actually makes even less sense. Because that, if there was 100 rows, it would fundamentally change what, like, the grid would extend way over there. If you did. That doesn't even make sense. But I'll keep going just in case there's something here. Let me hide you. 5. So we did that. 10, 9. Let's try. Yeah. Yeah. Numbers. What do they mean? Because I've wanted to do like a stream like this where it's like all about trying to tackle the logbook, and I can't find anything. Like, this is, when it's a puzzle the internet can't crack. For laughs and giggles here, disregard the tallies and use Cassidy's numbers. Fuck, now I have to remember all the Cassidy numbers. Hold on. Actually, let me look that up. Save myself time. Like, I just don't remember what they were, like, after all this time. Okay. 5, 2, 3, 9 1 5 7 2. This is already not a good start. 9 3 10 11. Right, yep. 8 11. Okay, King Zibby. Zin Ginzib. Yeah. Hey, if you can get something out of that. Because that doesn't mean anything. I just want to have that moment where like everything aligns and it's like, huh, who's that? I wonder though. None of these go above. No, they do. No, I was about to say, I'm like, hey, none of these go above 100, but no, depending on how you add them, they do. And there's too many letters. I was going to be like, hey, pair together 52 for 5 2. Maybe you could add here. Let me try. How many is that? That's 7, 12, 6, 9, 11. That's too many. Even if we break this one up, that's we can't we have to have 5 to 6 inputs, and we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Inverting the numbers of the Cassie placements. If you mean like applying, okay, I will try that just real quick. So let's try. Okay, yeah, this should work. 2 5 9 3 5 1 2 7. That's not a good sign. 3 9 11 10 10. Yeah, it's nothing. But for posterity's sake, 11 8. Akuji baby. tried something where it was like every 5 letters. That didn't really get me anything. Yeah. It's too many. I was want to be like 395, 248. It's not actually that too many. Actually, no, it is the right amount. Well, kind of. It's you have to break this one up, which is weird. Fuck it. Let's try 395, 248. 35. So, let's do let's do it this way first. 3, 9. Yeah, hold on. Let me write 3, 9, 5, 2, 4, 8. This is the purple guy code from FNAF 3, by the way. So let me try this. 10, 9. 5, 5. 2 vowels, which actually is nice. Okay, never mind. Ukulele. It actually could be if we got an L, which would be very funny. 5, 4. Five, 8. Um, we got Pukey or Puke. It's too many vowels, actually. Okay, let's try the other way around. Just to be precise. So 3, 5, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. 5, 5. 2, 9. 4, 5. 8, 5. That actually is that's not a mon. Actually, we might have to de-scramble that one. Pookie is Pukey is victim's name or ner. I J K M N M. God damn it! This is one problem with a lot of words descramblers. Monjing. Nice Norse name. It does sound like a Norse name. This is actually more name sounding than a lot of answers are, which is kind of what I'm like. This is. Hold on. Kim Jong Un. I don't like that's the only two names I can see out of this is Jonkim. John Kim Afton. I don't know. Jomnik. Sucks. That was actually a good attempt. That one kept me in suspense because they were actually vowels, which almost all of these attempts never get vowels, which is half the problem. Afton believes in the Norse gods. Yeah, John and Kim are the only things I could see out of this. McJohn. Imkjon. Jikmon? Jikmon sounds like a Digimon whose name had to be censored in English for whatever reason. Actually, I'm going to look up if Jikmon is a thing. It's not. Actually, Jikmon does have some results, but it's not. Jikmon name? The fuck? No, okay, there's buy a vowel for 200. Yep, that's what it sounds like. Okay, so nothing there. That was a good one though. Like I said, I really like that idea. The tally number mod by page. That was color code. It's, we invert it? That'd be kind of weird, but fuck it, why not? So I guess like that will help. I'll just have to read it backwards. So let's try it. Let's do it forward first. So 5, 8, 10, 4, 5, 2, 9, 5, 5, 9, 5, 3. Houston, let's see what we got. Zupo. Okay, probably not that one. Or Pozu, I guess. 8, 5. Let's invert it. Let's have this be the primary. And then 10 or 4, 10. And then 2, 5. Ooh. Okay, we had some lag there. 5, 9. Uh, 5, 3. Wait, what? 5 or sorry, I did this backwards. Hold on. 5, 8, 5, 4, 10, 2. What the fuck? Sorry, I did this, but my brain got messed up. 8, 5, N, 4, 10, U, 2, 5, U, 59 U 95 U 35. Let's see what we got. Gypno. Hypnage. John Hip. Fijon. Anyone getting anything out of that? I wish word scramblers were better. Word. Pokemon Real, and it's spelled wrong. Here, let me try a word scrambler like website, because I was trying some on my phone and they weren't really working. But word scrambler. HINOPJ. It does get John. That's not really saying much, though. Yeah, the MP is not really helping, and there's no way to get rid of it without undoing the code. Because, like, why would it randomly be missing the two letters that are inconvenient, you know? So yeah, it doesn't seem like... This is something I've been wondering the most about. And I need someone who knows how to use bits. Bit code. Because it's draw your own 8-bit Foxy is the prompt. So I'm wondering if something taking advantage of the 8-bit format is possible here. Let me bring back the where was it? Page numbers. That's not getting. The problem is, with it being 8-bit somehow, is we have numbers beyond 8. So if this was like, oh, the slot within the 8-bit code, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's the problem. Is like the 8-bit sounds like, whoa, that's so smart on paper, but I have no clue how the fuck to do it this way. I'm scared, and that's his name. Now, I wouldn't say it has to be a hex or base cipher. Yeah, let's try base 8. Why not? Cipher. But how did this work for letters? Cipher. Ten, 5, 9. Five. That's not really getting me anything. Damn it. Yeah, base 8 isn't giving me anything. Is there anything we could do with binary? That doesn't look right. About 59. No, that doesn't work either. Ugh. I was just trying to use ASCII to, like, see if that works. It doesn't look like it. No, I was just wondering if like there was something you could do like playing off a binary in 8-bit. Um, when I said binary, I meant like the binary code. But in the grid streamed, why am I seeing? Oh, is this the old version? There's a. Hold on, I swear I have a version that's not missing the letter D. Because I remember this being a problem. But there was one version that. Is it in this version too? What the hell? That might cause a bit of lag. Hold on. Why can't I open that? Okay, I guess I'm waiting for the fucking Photoshop document. Because, yeah, I just realized it is missing it. Fuck, that means we have to try stuff over again. If it's missing the letter D, because that does mean we have to try stuff again. Yeah, I do have one with D, so this must be like an old version or something like that. We are going to have to try a different version of it. God damn it. I should have just opened the fucking PNG, but now I'm trapped. Open TCG, I guess, and then I'll just work my way to it from there. And well, Photoshop. This is why I didn't use. Yeah, okay, we do have. There is a version of it. That's correct. Yeah, yeah, there is. We're just. Hold on, let me. Where the fuck is this? Okay, so the photo. Let's not save you, because I'm actually worried I messed with something. Okay. This is the Photoshop version. Did I, like, open the wrong one? Or did I, like, mess with something? What the hell happened? I'm trying to figure this out now. Come on, Clip Studio. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Let's try 395.248 again. Why not? No, this version... Oh, this is the... What? I'm trying to remember why... Why does this one look this way? Oh, we were just looking at an old version of it. Okay, no, you're right. What the fuck's causing it to be red? You? You were causing it to be red. We were just in the wrong version. I was in... Because I have the old version here. This is the correct version. There we go. Let's make sure this is the default version. I tried looking between like Foxy's ears and stuff. That wasn't getting me anything. Okay, so let's try so it's... That's 5, 10, 5, 9, 5, 5, I think it was. Something like that. Okay, let's try this again. Three, 9, 5, 2, 4, 8. Why not? 5, 3, 10, 9, 14. Hold on, I shouldn't have stretched this out this way, actually. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, we need to for this to be the thing. Never mind. 5, 5. 9, 2. 5, 4. 5, 8. What does this get us? Gibberish! Hooray! No vowels. Okay, let's try 3, 5. That's promising. It's an A. 9, 10. That's concerning. Axel. 5, 5. Cax. Ax. Cax. 9 or 2, 9. Oh no. I don't think this is it. 4, 5. 8, 5. Or actually, no, it would have been. What? Oh, sorry, I'm doing something wrong. 4, 5, right? 5, 5. 3, 5. Okay, no, that's right. And then 8, 5. Nope. Unless Zabafuk. You'll buy a vowel for 200 and you'll fail. This is the only way to do the 395.248 code. Let's try it backwards. Why not? Found weirder stuff this stream. all on the wrong version. Let's go 5, 8, 10, 4, 5, 2, 9, 5, 5, 9, 5, 3. Zophage. Nope. I do. Unless you can fit a XGHQ in together. Okay, let's try 8, 5, 4, 10, 2, 5, 5, 9, 9, 5. Wait, no, sorry, I did fucking. What's wrong with me? 9, 5. Well, actually, I gotta do both, so who cares? 3, 5. That's closer to a name. Sazagaf. Caesar shift? I don't see how a Caesar shift would help here. I'll try that though. Key 8. How would a Caesar affect this? Sazagaf. I'm gonna write down Sazagaf. It's actually a funny name. Sazagaf. So nothing there. I think that officially kills 395248. As nice as it would have been, because that feels like a thing, you know. There's stuff I've tried where I'm like, oh, I'll do 5, then 10 from 5, then 5 from 10, and then so on. That never really got me anything. And I'll show that off real quick, because you'll do like 5, and then 10 from 5 is 15, and then 20. And like it looks promising, and then 9 from that, let's say, so 29. And then 30, like 4. And then 39. And then you don't get anything out of this. I don't think. Okay, it does include, this website does include names, which is important to check. Gem. All this, unless it's cometh, it's nothing. And then let's redo it. So 5, 10 for 15. And then you try 14 from 15 is 29. And then 34 and 39. And then OC gem chemo. It's like, it's so close, but it's not a name. Cometh and chemo are the only things you get out of this. I think you can. Did I try doing this downwards? So 5, 19, 24, 29. Maybe. 34, 39. I don't think that's anything. Dev. Mevdu. I don't think that's anything. And that's not. I mean, that's a little bit more unique, but let me try. Okay, let me try the. Oh, I don't even think I did that one right. Hold on, it's supposed to be 5, 15, 19. It's still probably going to be gibberish, but the 9 from did I do this first one right? Hold on. 5, 10, or sorry, 5, 15, and add 5 to 15 is 20, 29, that's 27. No, this is cometh. Okay, no, I think I did the vertical one wrong. So let's try 5, 15, 20, 29, 34. This is even worse than last time. 39. Okay. Now there's an X in there. And let's try doing it as 14 instead. So 29, 34, 39. Dug me. That's actually really close to a name. Hold on. But that like contradicts how this was set up. Let me try it though. YGMDU. No, there's no 6 there's nothing that uses all. Or it uses all 5. It's like Doug, Gum, Guy, you, my. And and this is set up as like A, B, C. I'll try doing it diagonally, why not? Oh, I guess it doesn't contradict. Okay, let's try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It shouldn't be there. Wait, no, this is the right row. Okay. And then for the 5 variant, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a bad sign. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This definitely uses the full grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not. Let me try this one. C U Q O K G. Gok. Guck. Nothing for all 5. Let's. Or all 6. Nothing for all 6, actually. Let me try doing the count with 14 instead. 5, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Still doesn't look like anything. CUOKG. That's, yeah, that didn't help at all. Goku? It is go. That is valid. Nothing there looks like. Yeah, I know. Cassidy shouldn't be that complicated. Or Cassidy wasn't that complicated, so this being that complicated, it's real annoying. What? There's something I tried like this once. Where it was like where it was like 5, 10. Let's try 14 for this argument. This doesn't. This is the problem it had last time when I tried something like that. Is we have 2 5s, so it's like, unless we're doing this one, that doesn't mean anything. And I was like wondering if, like, hey, if you ley line them out like that, if that got anything. Nothing happened. And then there's an extra 5 that doesn't do anything with. What was just the normal number replacement cipher? It was just like E10 14. And then it's just 2 E's. And then 2 J's doesn't do anything. The grid in reverse? I don't know what would reverse in this context mean. Because I just don't know what that means. 8. Let me try something. Ten. 14. No, that doesn't get us anything. Those aren't even vowels. Okay, let me try. I'm trying to play with the number 8 a bit. Okay, this is the worst option, but 45. I'm multiplying it by 8. God, that's going to be a total pain. Like, reverse the alphabet? That's not how the code's set up, though. We are specifically given A, B, C at the start. So if it was reverse, I feel like that's so heavily not implied. Because it just gives us A, B, C at the start. Which is why people are trying to apply numbers to this anyway, you know? ABC wouldn't get us anything with this many different numbers. Like, I also don't know what you mean is ABC down across. Down and across. Do you mean like fill out the Foxy with ABC? Because that doesn't do anything. 8 plus numbers. Let me try that. 13, 18, 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, wait, 22. And then more 8s. Or then more 5s. Nothing. That's no vowels. The code needs to have a vowel to be valid. Was 9 even a vowel? If we did 9 plus 8, 17. Nope. Yeah, I tried something about timesing it, but I couldn't think of a way for it to really make sense. Like that's what like the 40 was here for, but like that's 3 n's. If that was the case. And then it was times 8, and then we have to go to 80, which there is no 80 on the grid, so we'd have to count over. So that would be first 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that puts 60 total. So 20, it's 25 this row. Or no, it would be 35. Yeah, that's gibberish, basically. Yeah, but it's like that's only three. What? A, B, C, etc. B, C, D, etc. Exactly. It's like it all just is gibberish, which makes me like that's part of what I genuinely wonder if it's messed up in some way. Like if they accidentally reused a tally mark they didn't mean to reuse, and the code should be really simple. I wonder about that. I wonder if I could prove two of the tally marks are identical. Which, if the case, actually, two of these do look very similar. I do wonder. I feel like I'm going crazy. I just looked at one of the pages of the tally marks again. I can't read it, but that does not look like a random scribble like you know how there's like the coffee stain background. This is let me pull up the page number. Uh this is page 36. Page 36. You see where there's like the 5 p.m. with the tally mark on it. Uh can I even get this on camera to prove I'm not? And it's just barely visible. And I feel like I'm not crazy. Um, unless this is like letters bleeding through, but it doesn't look like when letters bleed through. And it looks a little bit more obvious. Hold on. Let me try to get this on stream. Okay, let me. God, Discord, why are you lagging? This is not the time I need lag. God, and it looks like gibberish. Uh, so it probably isn't even something. Uh, this particular collection here, I think now looking at it like this is just nonsense. But when I first saw it, I thought this was like the letter R. But when it's actually like photographed, let me try to thinner. And then like a V here, I guess. But it's like, what would that? Yeah, and then there's. It looks more pronounced in the physical print. And it's like serifed in how I look at it. It's not like just random. It's like actually like pretty well like type stamped. M. I might be able to see M. I can also see a 3 here. Because it's like, it actually doesn't, it looks real or like intentional in the actual book. What? And I'm holding this up to the light, by the way, to double check it isn't. This is not bleed through. These are not lined up with anything in the book itself. So this is either a printing error, a smudge that looks like a letter, uh, or we have found something no one else has found. God, and it looks like nothing. I kind of wish I had like a high quality PDF of the logbook, but I don't know. Digital. This is 35. I need like a very pristine scan of this to make sure I'm not crazy. Um, okay, I'm not fine. I'm not finding like a digital version is the problem. So I don't even know if there's a version of it to check. Yeah, I do wonder if there's something else. Um, Hey, hexadecimal, you were talking about something 10 down? I did find something 10 down in a grid. So the very first ever page with a tally mark has the legendary letter F in it, it looks like. If this is to be believed, and this is very... Let me make sure this is visible. God, it looks so much worse when I'm taking pictures of it with my phone. Like, it looks so real when I'm looking at it, but then when I, like, try to send a picture, it looks absolutely, like, not real. Which very concerning. But it's just barely there enough to be identifiable. Here, we have to zoom out a bit for it to be a bit better visible. But it's there. If I can find another one of these, we might be onto something. If not, these are probably just printing effects. Which I am very worried they are. And I'm not seeing anything on the page with JJ, which is page 19. Yeah, page 19. I am seeing nothing. There. All right, I think my amazing revelation is bunk. If there was like one on each page, there might be something. But I'm not seeing anything. I'll look on another page though. Yeah, I think the search is dead. I think it's just one of those, like, the pattern just looked like there. I think it's just what if we added in ABC from the Foxy grid, does this combined give us anything with the word scramblers? Word RVLF ABC. Let's assume we got barf. No, it doesn't look like anything. Okay. My amazing scheme and revelation have been killed. I'm sad to say, I don't think we're solving the Foxy grid. What possibly could this have been meant for? Something I'm stuck on. Like, what was the design intent here? Because sometimes you can solve a puzzle by trying to think about how the creator made it and what they're trying to get you to respond to, what clues you're trying to look for. But when I'm looking at this, I don't get anything. Like, I don't think this is a thing where, like, phone guy or Scott doesn't have an answer. I think this is I genuinely wonder if this is a misprint or, like, an error with the book. Because it's one of the only things I can think of for why it wouldn't work. Because nothing seems to work. That or the intended solution is just, like, next level levels of obscure. I want to check something. I want to see if there's some mythical final way to use Happiest Day. Because I feel like if there's any scene that could somehow correlate to this goddamn grid, it's Happiest Day. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, wouldn't Scott update if it was rigged wrong? It's the counterpoint I can easily see. Is there anything we can do with fucking numbers here? Because yeah, people have tried, like, the groupings of the balloons. 2, 3. Then we get here and it's like not only is it kind of janky, with like this final bit. There's Andrew in quotes, just smart ass. Three, two. I feel like I tried this. Fuck, I need to boot it up. I just realized I need to have it, like, on standby. I feel like I'm pretty sure I tried this, but I want to do it again just so I can, like, definitively knock off 3. By the way, the balloons change color every time, so you can't use them. 3, 2, 2, 3, 5, 1. Let me 3, 2, 2, 3, 5, 1. That is a 6-digit code, so it's technically usable, actually. I have this written down on another thing, so let's try it. Might as well run it, you know. Okay, color works. So, 5, 3, because 6-digit code's like the minimum, or is the maximum, and 5 is the minimum. 2, 3, 5, 5, and run it. Let's see. Got the magic book. And then half power. Okay, so 5, and then we got 2 of those down here. 5. Oh wait, hold on. 5, 5. So that happens twice. 5, 1. 9, 3. 5, 2. And it's already dead. 10, 3. Word to Scrambler, give me something. EXCCUV. Come on. QXU Vex. Awesome. Try inverted. Let's try. Okay, well, we still have 2 5-5s. So 2 C's. 3 10. 2 5. That's already a bad sign. 3 9. Or 9 3. Yeah, 3 9. Second 5. Okay, then 1 1 5. Okay, no, 2 2. No, I don't think so. YZCCYR. Cry. I want to. Oh, it was it. Wait, what? Oh wait, I did. Sorry, I put the code wrong here. Sorry. Maybe it is real. Let's try it again. Woohoo! I did the code wrong. Let's redo it for real this time. The real version, director's cut. 5 3 10 2 5 2 9 3 5 5 5 1. It has technically enough vowels. I'm pretty sure this is not a name though. EXQCUC. Q. Okay, that's still nothing. Try it inverted. Let's try 3 5. I swear, if this is it. 10 2. Wait, hold on. 2 2 10. And then 2-5. Zach with a Q. 3-9. 5-5. 1-5. Let's hit it. B Q Y. A B yeah B. Nothing. It is 2:26 a.m. for me. My sleep schedule's fucked up anyway. This is really dumb. I saw something. It would be so fucking dumb. 5 1 10 2. This is one of those changes depending on what this is. I mean, there were 6 games up to this point, so I'm doing 5-1 for Five Stories 1, 2 for Five Stories 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, 5 for System Location, 6 for Pizzeria Simulator. Real stupid. Let's try 5 for 3, 4 for 9, and then 5 for 5. Hit it. E, C, Q, and no, there's no vowels other than the A, E, and V. Nope, nothing. Let's try, this is one thing. So 5, 10, 14. I don't think that does anything. Actually, no, this does change actually a decent bit. So let's try. No, it's still nothing, but it's different. It's a different nothing. C Z J C. No, Jazza. That was really stupid anyway. It didn't make any sense. It would be funny if we found his name at 3 a.m. I tried the wall code. I tried 395248. I don't know why. What do you mean, why is Groudon blue? I'm trying to crack the wall. I'm trying to see if we can do anything with the logbook. This is the perfect Foxy grid. It would be more fitting if we found his name at 6 a.m. I mean, like, I feel like this is one of those you just have to keep trying things. And if it sounds even remotely, like, smart at this point, you might have to go for it. Were there any numbers at this point that, like, because I actually thought 395248 was a really cool idea. Because it is 6 numbers technically, or it could be 6 numbers. But it's nothing, man. It's all nothing. And I've like, you can try stuff like 5, 10, like try to do these as coordinates. Let me try something. I wanna. No, it doesn't work. Okay, let's try. Actually, this is still an interesting idea. Let me try it. 510. No, it's still not. It still doesn't make sense. HRY223, but we can't. R is too big. If it was. Like, I do think HRY223 is an interesting one, but. I'll check the balloon. Might as well. Mute the game. Shut up. Get the streams taken down. Like, even a tiny bit of that music gets it taken down. In fact, the stream's already probably doomed. I accidentally went to night 6. Muting the game again. That's how autopiloted I am. Let me try. Seven balloons. I know it says 8 at the top. There's 7 on the screen. 7. Okay, I have an idea. This actually might work. Hold on. Write these numbers down. 7. FNAF 3 minigames. I hate to borrow from a Lumitix or whatever, however you say it. But I can't like play through the entire game right now. Think about it. Happiest Day, Bite Victim, 6 minigames, right? Like, are there numbers we can get out of? Hold on. Let me. I have 3 Chica map images. Can I get like a full fucking map, please? Ugh. God, do I have to fucking play all of FNAF 3 to figure this out? Please, no. I have one idea before I commit to this idea. Number of kimchi, like, exactly, number of kids. I just
No audio. God, why is it so fucking laggy? Is it Clip Studio? I think it's Clip Studio stupid. And I've got documents open. God damn it, Illumix. Can you play a little faster? No, why the fuck is it skipping around? Okay. One part there, 2, 3. 4. 4 mangle parts. 7, 4. Come on. Give it to me. Show me Chica. Okay. 2. Okay, two cupcakes, 2 kids so far. I'm assuming there's an equal number of cupcakes and kids. What the fuck are you doing, Illumix? You already helped the kids. 2 more kids. Okay, so there's 4. There's 4 total. Then there's 3 kids in stage 01. But what the hell do you count for RWQ's thing? Could also be 01, yeah. I have no clue what number you would extrapolate. But let's try this. Let's try 7443. If that gets us like anything that looks like a number, 7443. This is like extremely esoteric though. We are really pushing. So 5, 7, 10, 4. Let's try 14. If it was the first 5. 14, 4. Seuss. And then 5, 3. Koos. Let's invert it. First and foremost, first thing to try, invert it. 7, 5. 4, 10. 4, 14. And then 3, 5.
Maybe? Number of places you swap would be 6, I think. Because you have Mangle, Stage 01. Then you have Glitchland for 3. I know it switches at like random. 4. Then you have BB's thing to get out. 5. Stage 01, Glitch World, Chica, Mangle, BB. 5. So there's 5. Okay, let's run it. 5, 5. It's actually kind of close, but not quite. It's the Q that's messed up here. See. Yeah, we get like aces, case. It's the Q that's the problem. When we try to do it this way. That wasn't a bad attempt though. Let's try. What if we count happiest day and then I guess we do total balloons for happiest day. If we wanted a final number. So let's try this. If this looks like a name, we'll like try different stuff with happiest day. If not, yeah, 2 O's. That's not that bad. Let's try 9, 4. No. Then 5, 3. That's bad. And then then 5, 5 for the glitch worlds. HRY223. Yeah, I will try HRY223. Could be 10 for how many letters are in his name. It's fair. That doesn't look like anything. Let's... 5. No, it's 5, 3. That's makes no sense. So let's try 5, 10. No, I don't think so, Chief. Yeah, inverted, let's try 7, 5. Every time I get E, I get excited, because it's like, that could be in a name. 4, 10. And it isn't like some weird, obscure name. 4, 9. We're still in name territory, even though we're really pushing it. 3, 5. Oh, God. Okay, let's try 5, 5. That doesn't actually look like a name, but let's try it. C-E, C-S. Azek. Aces. Ace. Case. God damn it. Now I've got to recount the balloons total. We might have something, though. And I'm really concerned if we do. Or not, I'm not concerned. Let me pull it up. Muting game again. Because I think if this gives us a Y, we actually do have it. And this is ridiculous. So yeah, 3, 2, 5. So 5 total. 10. 16. 16 total. So let's trying 5, 16. Nope. Yeah, it's not even close. Oh, that sucks. Boo. If it was a Y, it could have been Casey. That sucks. That I was actually kind of getting hyped there because other than the Z, oh no, never mind. The Z exists. Forget what I was saying. It was never gonna work. I forgot the Z was there. It was dead in the water. No, I don't want to delete display capture. I'll try the HRY223. Why not? Uh, eight. Let's try HRY first. 3. That technically can work. This is technically within the Foxy limitation, so let's try it. You gotta try everything at this point. So let's try 5, 8H, 10, 18. I think that's right. Yeah. 9. Hey, we're still kind of within name potential. 5, 2. Nope, there it goes. The second there's an X. 5, 2. Yeah, 2 X's. Okay, let's try inverting it. Just repeated letters actually aren't a problem as much. It's 8, 5, 18, 10. Yeah. 25, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. And then 2, 5. No. Not with 2 Z's. 3, 5. Yeah, Casting and Silverized wasn't even Golden Freddy. I know people like typically like try to argue like, oh, you can just use the letters we have to try and put it together. Or not the letters we have, the numbers we have, like to, but like there are so many possible names that are 6 letters alone that have been brought up in a context where you could argue they're related to the bite victim. You can get Andrew for Andrew. You can get Garett for Garrett. Yeah, Garrett for 6. You can get you can't get Evan typically. Every time we get like the letter F, I kind of get a little excited because I think it would be really cool if we solved the Foxy grid and the name was Freddy, because that could imply the character was named after him or he was named after the character. I think that would just be like a cute little concept. I don't think it's the case per se. It's just one of those like it's always been in the back of my mind of like what if it was this. WIL. God, I'm so tired. I'm second guessing how I spell things. No. No, yeah, there's too many letters in that. I was going to try William, see if you could apply that. Oh, Garrett was 7. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, it would be ironic. That's why I think it's funny. Like, if I were to pick a name for the character, I would have him called like Freddy or something like that because I think that's. I mean, Freddy actually does fit. FREDDY 6. It does fit. I'm not saying that's the answer. I'm just saying like that's just another thing to throw on the list of what could work. Uh. I just want to double check to make sure I have the full alphabet, and I did. It's good. It's a good sign. This doesn't make sense, but we've tried so many things that might as well. This is like one of those pure sleep deprivation things. It'll be 24 next, the next 8. What's after 24? 32? 32. Could this even work? $40 every 8. And then inputting our code in that somehow. And okay, let me. Yeah, I want to delete. 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe you. Then
Yeah, Dave is interesting. I'm trying to remember what was the original Evan method. I remember it didn't use the tally marks, which sucked. I never liked that about it because it feels so much more satisfying when you include the tally marks. Then it feels like the logbook is truly solved. 34. Yeah. Okay, let's try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me hold on. There. No, if that was a vowel, I think I would have been on or something, but I'm not. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Yeah, I'm not onto something there. I was trying every 8 letters, and then of those every 8 letters, it was blood splotches in the ultratext numbers. The N was from separate letter from the letters here. It'd be very funny if Scott appeared like right now. He found my stream specifically somehow and was like, clearly you're doing it wrong. Yeah, there's too many blood spatters for me to be like, yep, it's the blood splatters. Like, I get the logic of like using it to get D for Dave. Which may very well may be the answer. It just is like, I don't know. I'm tired. I think this is throwing the towel time. At this point, because maybe I'll make a stream purely dedicated for solving this someday. I don't think that day is today. I think we cry and accept that this grid is ridiculous. Is there anything else? Maybe we're doing something wrong by using the grid. Is like the thing. Is there anything else you could apply the 6 numbers into? Which is the other thing I've been thinking about, and I can't think of what to put numbers into.
Any updates on my projects? The OMC video is about half done. Freddy and Friends progressing along nice. We're a little over halfway through season 1 of Freddy and Friends. The FNAF TCG, it's actually doing. Here, let me pull up the FNAF TCG. There are a lot of cards now. Not like not as much as like a full TCG should have. But and keep in mind, a lot of these are duplicates, so this is looks like way more than there is. Add the Foxy numbers to the Telegrid numbers. You know what? Fuck it, why not? The problem with the Cassidy numbers though is there's too many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's 7 minimum, and that's assuming you added up the X and Y values. If there was an extra tally mark, that would work, but there's a number that goes to nothing. Hmm. Bonnie's also 6 letters. That's funny. Foxy isn't. Spring Bonnie's way over, obviously. I mean, if Bonnie fits, adding 2 letters doesn't work. Freddy Bear? Fred. And now it's too long. The letter S has the solution